To our ordinary council meeting for Wednesday the 26th of November 2025. Let's formally open our meeting. I will give our council prayer. Kia iwi tātou. E te atua ka tuku mātou kia kaha mai ngā māngai ko whiriwhiri kia mo te kaingira o tiko tika ki te mahi me ngā karoha, me te hakamahi i ngā pūkinga me te mātauranga i roto i ngā wānanga me ngā whakataunga, kia haka tūri ai te tai hapori mata tika, e tūpotahi ana kamutu ka haka piki anō i te oranga i te tātou rohe, whakatau anō i ngā take o te rohe runga i te tika me te kono. Lord, we ask that through council discussions and decisions, the representatives we have elected may govern the Whanau district with imagination, skill and wisdom to achieve a fairer and more united community that enhances the well-being of our district and solves the district's problems efficiently and effectively. Amen. Before we get into our council meeting proper, I have a very important role to fulfil this morning, which is why I am wearing the the mayoral chains, and that will be witnessing the swearing in of our councillor. So if Councillor Akina could join me over there, we will swear.
Koau, ko tāmati rāketa. Ka oati ai ki runga i te pono, me te tika kāmutu ki te taumata o tōku atamai, ku hakataunga. Ka mahi ai mo te painga o te hiku o te ika, haere tonu ki ngā ihi me ngā herenga mahi, ka pā ki roto, ka uruhi ki runga i a hau hei mema o te kaunihera o te hiku o te ika, e ai ki te ture kāwanatanga ārohe, rua mano mārua. Te ture kāwanatanga ārohe mo ngā kōrero haka mōhio me ngā huihuinga kōrero ko tahi mano e iwarau wari te kauma whitu me tāpiri atu ki era atu ngā ture raini.
Tūmaira koe tāmati tamatoa ngā uri a maunga tani pā hikurangi e pai tahutia ko te mana nui ki runga ia koe tāmati tamatoa tai au ki uta
You're going to make a speech.
Mehana kia tātou katoa I tēnei ata. Ka poto waku kōrero. I ngā tau e toru kua hipa I oti ai a hau o tira o ku kai kaunihera I wetahi mahi nui. E hari te mea kia patere noa ngā kōrero, because Dallas said on the weekend, not everyone needs to speak, but everything needs to be said. Ko ngā kōrero ka pēnei me ngā rau, ka puhi ai te hau, ko ngā mahi, noho toni whenua, paua, titia ki te rangi. Kia ora, kuihu mai tātou katoa. Kia ora.
Tēnā koe, congratulations, Councillor Rakina. I think it's pretty cool getting to swear in your uncle as a councillor. Before we get into our deputations and nau mai haere mai, welcome to our manuhiri who have joined us in chambers today. I do just have a few things to go through. First, I just want to acknowledge, and I know we've got Councillor Foy online right now, but we will note apologies for Councillor Balke, Councillor Foy, and Chair Sabritsky, who are attending the funeral of Monty Knight and may join later on in this meeting. We could have that noted. Also note staff apologies from Ruben Garcia and Jason Wilmington, and CE Guy Holroyd with Emma Healy attending as acting chief executive. I'll move that if I can get a second. Thank you, Councillor Stratford. All those in favour say aye. Those opposed for abstentions. That's carried. Just a few new announcements. The maramataka today is my tamatea hotu. Tamatea phase is be prepared for the unexpected weather and everything like that. So don't take that as your prompt to do anything unexpected in this meeting that I'm chairing. Thank you. I just want to acknowledge that we have on, acknowledge the significant loss of a local leader that we've seen in Monty Knight, who was a former both Whanau District Councillor and Regional Councillor, a staunch businessman and a significant individual in our Kaitai Business Association as well. And we send our aroha with Councillors Foy, Garfi and Chair Spritsky, who are representing the Whanau District Council on our behalf today, and our council flag is flying at half-mast for Monty. I also want to acknowledge the passing of Matua Go Everett of Te Podi, a staunch supporter of tikanga Māori te reo revitalisation. It's always sad when we see these losses and the impact that they have on our communities. That's sending our love and aroha to those affected. E te atua hoa te kia rawa te oki o ki ngā tonitanga, ka whiti kia rawa te maranatanga mutu. Eternal rest grant upon them, my Lord, and may perpetual light shine upon them. Wait. We could just have a moment of silence, please. Amene, thank you. Hopi mai kia tātou te kanuiora, back to us the living. Just by way of mural announcements, I would like to acknowledge our Kiwi Bank local heroes that have been announced, and our very own Kawakawa Moerewa community board member Roddy Pihima. Hapati Pihima was one of the recipients this year, as well as a number of other Northerners, so congratulations to you all. I also want to acknowledge the Board Angels Charitable Trust, who over the weekend had a Shave for Kids event on at our tennis centre in Kirikiri to raise much needed funding for our tamariki who are undergoing cancer treatments. They hold the world record for the most number of people shaved bald in a day. Now, they did ask me to participate. Unfortunately, I had to be at the Kapaka Festival in Kaipaya, but they have raised, their target was 50,000. When I last looked, it was over $30,000 that they had fundraised so far. So congratulations and thank you to our Board Angels for your incredible mahi for our tamariki here in the whānau. I also want to acknowledge the Te Hiku Maiangi Festival that happened over the weekend. We had 18 groups perform at Te Kapua, the canopy at Kaitaia College. And congratulate and thank our own Councillor Tamati Rakina, Councillor Hilda Hakiat Harawira. We also had our Te Hiku Community Board member Mike Te Wake performing, some of our own staff, Dina Marie Himara, who's in the room, performed. When we have Te Pauta Te Ao Māori and the values within it, tūpotahi, whanaketahi, kōkiritahi, even though you don't do that probably with your council hat on, you are living the values of this council when you participate in kaupapa like that. So I thank you all, and it was a beautiful festival to be a part of. I also want to acknowledge the organisers of the Kirikiri Half Marathon and the Kirikiri Street Party that was underway over the weekend. These sorts of things are very hard to pull together, but when they come together, it does great things for our communities, for our economy. So it was great to see, at least via social media, the positive impact of that over the weekend. We also had another significant kaupapa here in the whānau since our last council meeting, and that was the 40th anniversary of the arrival of the Okulea waka from Hawaii here. I attended the event, and we've got some of our Te Tiriti o Waitangi Marae committee members here, and mihiana kia kauro, mihiana kia koutou. Congratulations and thank you for all of the work that went into putting that together with the Polynesian Voyaging Society. Again, another great community event for our own whānau here in the whānau, but also bringing in hundreds, if not thousands, of visitors into our rohe. The event was a huge success and strengthened those ties between Hawaii and us here in the whānau, which was very great to see. With that, we are going to jump into our deputations. Now we've got a number of deputations on for today, but the first is we have Waitangi Treaty Grounds GM Nicole Wihongi and Chair of Te Tiriti o Waitangi Marae, Ngāti Kawa Taituna, here to speak to us about the Waitangi commemorations for the year ahead. So, nau mai, hoki mai, welcome back to our council chambers. And this isn't your first radio, so you know how it goes. So whatever makes you comfortable, if it's sitting down, if it's speaking from the lectern table, now, children.
Atingawa mai ora te whai au te Te Marama, tō tahira me mihi ka tika ki a koe mo, tō karakia tura te atua, mihi ana kia koutou ngā mema hau, o tēnei kaunihera, tēnei te mihi, e hoki atu ana ngā mahara ki ngā hunga mate, tērā hoki ko mere hora taurua ki ngā, tēnei rā, he rā nehu tēnei rā ki ora mahoe mō Miriama Shures, te taurua ia, e nia, ana ki Papatau, hinga nei tēnei wā, rāta ki rāta. Yeah, so no, I haven't got much time, so I'll just better get straight into the kaupapa. But thank you very much for Lawrence for opening the door and encouraging us to come in and for this deputation to present Waitangi Week. I'm just here, actually I forgot that, yes, sweet, cool. Yeah, I'm just here basically Te Tiriti o Waitangi Marae Chair, and I'm presenting with Nicole. We're the joint owners of the event, so Waitangi Treaty Grounds and the Marae, so working collaboratively together, and yeah, just improving on that, our relationship moving forward into the future. Yeah, but at the same time, I'm going to do the program, which you can sort of see up there. It's pretty lengthy, so I'll just try and skim through and give you the key points. And then Nicole will jump in and do the operational side of the event and special TMP plan, which involves all of you guys. Yeah, and just while I'm at it, obviously we're here to represent the event, but there's a lot of stakeholders and other groups that we work with, especially the police, the Māori wardens, got the Waka, Waitangi Day Commemorations Committee, and the various groups. So we're sort of here to put this forward on behalf of everyone. So yeah, but I guess to go back to last year when we did the deputation, I've got to thank you all for your support and your contribution to our kaupapa. I guess last year's that wasn't expected, but $50,000 definitely came in handy. And so just want to thank everybody for that support. And just a brief on what it went to, because obviously we had our opening of our whare tupuna last year, 3rd of Feb, which yeah, was sort of a magical moment for us, and went off pretty good. But yeah, the costs were we had to at least fundraise $200,000 for that. So that's just something we always have to grapple with. And I'm representing the Marae, which is a voluntary organisation. We don't get paid. We work, you know, hours and hours into this all year round, and we're just volunteers. But yeah, Nicole's the professional in the room, so she'll give you a better presentation than me. Yeah, but I just appreciate all that support that we got from you guys last year. And I know I'm here for the same reason, to try and come for some hutea tautoko, but just try my best to convince you that investing in Waitangi is, you know, investing in the north and bringing all the, and I haven't actually got the latest report. Last year FNDC, one of the staff handed us a economic impact report, which basically said that our event brings in 100 million turnover for the north. Substantial, and yeah, and so it's yeah, your support definitely helps us run the event and get things going, because we rely heavily on not only us at home, our hapu maraes, and we should reach out to all, you know, takiwas at the runanga for support, and reach out to anybody we can really to come together, because it's not only our mana on the line, it's the mana of the north. So yeah, just hopefully everyone can take that into account as well. Yep. So next, the economic report was something. Sorry, just taking notes while I'm talking. Yeah, I'll get straight to the event though. So you guys are probably already familiar with Waitangi, so it's an opportunity for us to host the nation, and one of the biggest things, lifting the profile of Waitangi, but also showcasing our culture on the international stage, because there's a lot of media around, people watching, and yeah, I think it's one of the coolest things about it is the vibe that people experience when they come to Waitangi. And so yeah, and I guess one of the big outcomes for us is to show our next generation, what it's all about and how to do it, because we're not going to be around forever, so we've got to try and get our next generation into this whole kipapa that we're going to be hosting and leading up to 2035, 2040, all those big things which I think Nicole's got a pitch to help with the infrastructure of that whole event, which is it's going to come around pretty soon. So need to start talking about that. Oops. Okay. Anyway, just straight to the program. So if we can go back up to the top. So the official program is, for us at the marae, we usually start off with kawemate and pōwhiri for the whole motu at 5 a.m. on the 3rd. So that's sort of the starting point for the actual program. But I just had a hui with Katie Murray a couple of weeks ago, and got a bit of a request to host the iwi chairs at the marae for the opening ceremony. So you'll see on there the first. Pōwhiri, and then that's the first, which is a Sunday, and then 4 o'clock pōwhiri for Te Karo Paunui, and then the next day is when the iwi chairs will turn up in the morning, and they've asked us to do a little bit of a presentation to give them a bit of depth on our marae, what we stand for, ke whakaputanga te tiriti, etc., and then also give them a little bit of history and background on our whare and things like that. So yeah, but they'll be pretty much heading over to the Copthorne over the bridge. They're going to host all of their events over there for their conference. Then yeah, you'll see there's other things added in there. It's pretty busy schedule. So you'll see the yellows, just I highlighted that there, just so you can see where the marae is, which we're trying not to cross over too much, because there's a lot of activity at the whare runanga in the treaty grounds. So we're just trying to work it so that, there's no crossover or clashes, so because everyone likes to go to everything. And so try align the program so it works. Yep, so that's the first. The second, there's a few things there. The big one, big change for us this year is the Governor General has agreed to come to the marae on the 3rd at 1:30, and they've got the Rear Admiral and Chief of Navy as well. So that's the big difference this year. And there's a few other events. You guys can share this around when you get time to read it. But yeah, I'll just try and get through this quickly. Just the key ones. Waitangi National Trust, Governor General. And then so the 4th, we got, so as you can see, there's 2 sides of the bridge, activity going all the time. So you got the forum tent over by the waka, and then our one at the marae has been going for a while, but sort of trying to think about how we can give, I guess minority is probably not a good word, but those voices that we usually hear out in our communities. So, mana wahine, mokopuna, and also our Indigenous. So give them a platform so they can share what their aspirations are, how they feel about Te Tiriti o Waitangi, and sort of moving our nation forward. So that's sort of the idea. Then we've got the Māori markets and all the stores and stuff like that. Okay, and 10 o'clock, I want to take note of that one. The combined pōwhiri for the judiciary, diplomatic corps, and local NZ. Then the kingitanga, it's at 1 o'clock on 4th. And then we're sort of doing some evening entertainment activities, mainly for the young ones. So we've got a bit of entertainment bands and stuff like that. Just because we find that if you don't keep them occupied, they're going to end up playing up, doing things down on the beach and town and stuff like that. So you want to keep them all engaged as much as possible. As we've got music and movies. And then on the 5th, moving down, that's quite a big day. Saw this one on the combined. Yeah, Ngātahu ones. Just bear in mind, this is just indicative. We get a whole lot of last minute requests. People ask, can we jump on the program? We're going, you're like 2 weeks out, in a week, and it's sort of a bit hard to get thrown those curveballs. So we do try and accommodate for people, but yeah, it's like, yeah, this is subject to change. But the key ones are already there, especially with all the dignitaries. Those ones are pretty locked in. So my market Supreme Court judges, that's a wānanga. We were down to the Crown, yeah, so on the 5th. 11 o'clock, 4:30 for the parliamentarians, and then Kai Hāpiri up there. And then we've got some other things going on at the marae. And the evening week retreat, and another evening of bands and things. And then, yeah, the 6th, which is, don't want to call it a standard day, because, we got a whole lot of things we do, press repeat, sort of do it all the time, just to kind of, do the commemoration day. So pretty, things are...
Yep. Now, I forgot to start my stopwatch, but by my reckoning, you've got 5 minutes.
Okay, well, I think that's me. The close-up. But yeah, there's a lot on there, but that's for the guests of the program.
Right, I'll talk fast. Just wanted to highlight the key points across for the logistics and planning for the week. So this year, well, for 2026, the kaupapa theme is manaakitanga and mō tātou mā tātou. So for all of us and by all of us, that's the theme that's been set from the Waitangi National Trust. We're working on the same sort of model that we came to last year for the traffic management plan, just trying to enhance that a little bit more. Obviously, yeah, moving into Waitangi is challenging with traffic, but the sealing of the back road is going to be a huge improvement for managing those transport through the week. So we're very grateful for council support for that. The free event parking will be effective from the 3rd to the 6th, with our free shuttles operating right across that week as well. Parking again will be in Bledisloe Domain and the ITM car park, and on Waitangi Day we'll also operate the golf course as a parking place as well. That will be managed by traffic control. We do have accessibility buses, and we do have golf carts in the car parks to help with those that have accessibility issues, and that will hopefully make their experience a lot nicer. The ferries will also operate going direct from Russell to Waitangi on Waitangi Day from 4 a.m. The preferred driving route is the same as last year, so State Highway 1 to Pakaraka, State Highway 10 to Puketona, and State Highway 11 to Haruru Falls, trying to remove all that traffic flow through Paihia itself. But we are going to put on some shuttles through town across that week. Some feedback we got, mainly from our trustees actually, was that there was a lot of traffic congestion through Paihia, mainly from those staying in town for drop-offs. So we will be putting on some shuttles for that. The bridge will be closed from the 3rd to the 5th, so all traffic will be diverted around, and that's mainly for the safety of the manuhiri and the marae. We will be operating wing mirror stickers this year rather than bands. So some feedback from traffic management last year is that the bands were a little bit hard to see. So wing mirror stickers, they just stand out a lot easier. So we'll be distributing those shortly after Christmas.
We'll be operating our zero waste kaupapa again, so thanks to the support of CDEC and Parepori. Last year or this year, they collected a total volume of 70 cubic metres, which is the equivalent of 1,081 rubbish bags. And they sorted through all of that, and we achieved an 81% diversion from landfill. So, yeah, really grateful for their support. The National Trust also continues to uphold the fizz-free policy, so all our stall holders are not permitted to sell fizzy. And for the last 3 years, we've also worked closely with Healthy Families Far North to help implement better systems to encourage whānau to make good kai choices. So we have introduced a gold, silver and bronze system on the sports field to provide those stalls offering healthy kai options priority sites. We also work closely with police, DPS and our planning to ensure we have good systems in place and our planning's aligned, and the treaty grounds are preparing an overall health and safety management plan for the week, which we're happy to share with anyone that's interested. Just to quickly touch on the funding support, so and highlighting what Ngāti said, that Waitangi Week is a major financial burden for both Te Tiriti o Waitangi Marae and the treaty grounds. For the past 2 years, we have approached central government seeking recognition for Waitangi Week to be recognised as a nationally significant event. We haven't got there yet, but if it was to be recognised, that would open up a lot more additional funding for us. So currently we receive funding through Te Puni Kōkiri, which funds the ceremonial events, infrastructure and technical stuff, and Manatu Tonga, which is managed through the Waitangi Day Commemorations Committee. That funding pulls $450,000, and that's shared across the entire week for all stakeholders. So, and 40% of that's spent on traffic management alone. So it doesn't leave a lot for support for the marae, waka kaupapa, entertainment, tamariki, waste management, temporary infrastructure like marquees and portaloos. We also, the Commemorations Committee, reach out to Northland and Tupu Tonu for additional funding, but the event does still run at a loss, which places significant strain on both organisations. So any funding support from FNDC would be greatly appreciated to help sustain the delivery of the nationally significant event. And if I do have time, just quickly touch on, just to highlight that we're only 10 years away from 2035 and then 2040 as well. So just want Council to start thinking about that and for those permanent infrastructure needs that we're going to need to start looking at for Waitangi. The bridge is going to need to be replaced, and that's a conversation that does need to start happening soon. I am aware that I don't think the council owns it, I think it's NZTA, but just to highlight some of those needs that will that. And that's pretty much me.
Tēnā koe. Tēnā koutua. Now, you're happy for that draft plan to be circulated, and for any councillors or elected members who do have questions, they can feed them back through to you?
Yes, excellent.
I'll ask councillors to send any questions by email, just in the interest of time.
Sorry, who's our council contact?
Our council contact will be Matua Lawrence. Our next deputation, we have Iwan Motu joining via Teams to speak about Ahungu commemorations for the Treaty of Waitangi. Tēnā koe e te whaia. Just checking you can hear us here in chambers, and if you want to test your sound as well. Oh, we don't have any sound coming through. But you're not muted, which is interesting. It's also tamatea, so. What we might do is we'll jump to our third deputation, and we'll get, can someone just help out via Yvonne in the background on things you could try out. We'll come to you next via Yvonne. Our third deputation almost needs no introduction, but we've got Dallas King, representing Te Mauri o Te Wai, who is here to speak about our te mahi and our Rawane wastewater treatment plant. Tēnā koe, e te tuahine mai mai.
Tēnā tātou. Ko Dallas King tōku ingoa, hiwi tēnei mo te hokianga nui a te. Koe te hapu pai kōrero o Ngāti Kaharau me Ngāti Hauhapu ki Omanaia, ki Rawane, ki Ongwe, ki Pētā. Nō reira, tēnā tātou. As you may or may not know, first of all, welcome to the new councillors. It's lovely. I'm grateful actually that you were here when I did the last deputation, weren't you? So I thought, oh, that's good. That's one less person that feels like, what are you talking about? Because it can be a little like that. And by all means, give me a, the age-old signal. It sort of crosses cultures like, I don't know what you're going on about. But today I would like to talk to you about your wastewater treatment plants. Your wastewater treatment plants, the Rawane wastewater treatment plant, the council's Rawane wastewater treatment plant is situated on Te Raupo. And Te Raupo is a place of cultural significance. And before you all allow your eyes to, immaturely roll up in your head, like everything's culturally significant, just hold on. Hold on a tiny time. Because here in the council, we see a gathering of leaders who are connected to communities that make decisions over resourcing and the way that you manage infrastructure. And that is exactly what Te Raupo was, a place that convened leaders from Hokianga, from Taiamai, from Rangitane, from Te Kao, from Kaipara, all of them convening in that place. And some have made some rather snide remarks over the last two weeks actually, saying, oh, well, that's not where the whare was. The whare was over here. And I said, well, that's a little bit like saying that's not where my table was in your house. You have to understand, unleash yourself from what a house looks like today and imagine what it's like to have a kainga. In that era, you'd have your meeting houses, was Te Raupo, so it was a Raupo whare. You'd have your sleeping places, and right where the wastewater treatment plant is where they gathered all of their kai. And so essentially it was the pantry, if you need to think about it in that way. A place that has endured a lot of derelict infrastructure decisions over it. But let's not go on about that today. I'm happy to talk about someone about that later on if they'd like to hear the history. It's a sad one. And but it's tamatia, so let's not invite tears at the beginning. Let's today in Ruatahuna, Matua Tahai Doti is being buried. And if anyone's worked in the Taiao space, they will know of Matua Tahai Doti. And so it's sad to not be there today. And he was a man who articulated the inextricable connection between people and their places and their way of life. And so it feels poignant to be here today, talking to you about the connection between people and places and their way of life. So, e te matua haere. Rawane wastewater treatment plant, as you may or may not know, is because you went on your tour, had your little tour, so you saw it? You all saw it? Excellent. Okay, good. Well, then you'll know it's below sea level. It's a no-brainer, right? Between the road and the harbour with a big stock bank that they have to work on all the time, and that whenua starts off like it's Paramu. That's the name of that whenua, by the way, Te Raupo Paramu. So Paramu, if you know what's been stock banked, it settles down over the years because it's all aerated, right? Mud, peat, everything. It puffs up like a sponge. And then when you take all the water out over the years, it sinks down. So that land is not going to get any better. It's going to keep going down and be lower and lower and lower than sea level. So that's why we were super thrilled when the council recently made its decision to purchase the second block of land across the road. So you would have hopefully got that. Oh, do we that exciting? Like, there it is. Not good. There it is. Better on that side. And so this is where we're at. In the meantime, there's a current project to remediate and improve the existing type of treatment on that site, on Te Raupo. And you may have seen that too in the shipping containers. It's electrocoagulation. It's a type of process that not only meets the affordability expectations and scientific expectations, but it also aligns with our cultural aspirations. And so there was something really, really nice about that. And why am I here today? Earlier this year, I came and presented a deputation to council flagging early that I was asking you all to go out and have a look, asking your people to put some rings around if there is any money that's available to bring forward. At that time, we didn't know what that cost was going to be, and that was because you just built that first 2 hectares across the road. And so in our mind, the working group thought, well, instead of installing the solar on the current site, it makes sense to install the solar on the new site to save the council and the ratepayers when it comes time to relocate it off the totally unacceptable site now, paying that cost twice. So we put pause on that. We did some work about talking and figuring out whether or not that should and could happen with council staff and our engineers and our project managers and the solar people, and now we can come back to you with some costs. So what we think is that it's going to cost an extra 200K to put it on that side. That's with the thrusting and the cabling. The cabling is insane, how much it costs, the cabling. I was all my head kittens. I said, you are kidding me. The poor guy had to hear me repeat that a lot of times and meeting after meeting. I said, I just can't believe that. But anyway, that's what it is. So it looks like 130K of that 200K is around the solar infrastructure on the new site, positioned in the best way, and putting that cabling under the road to the existing transformer and distribution board that was installed on the old site. But those pieces of infrastructure are installed right at the corner of it. It wouldn't make sense. We don't agree that we should pay for those to be moved over there. That makes no sense. Depending on what happens moving forward, there's no reason the council can't maintain connection to those pieces of infrastructure. Makes no sense to spend more money than you need to. So I'm here today for 2 reasons. This is the first reason, to say I flagged it early as the convener of Te Mauri o Te Wai, as the hapu kai kōrero. I don't believe in walking in blind and saying, hey guys, it crept up on us. It didn't. We could have stayed with the existing plan, and we have been over the time filtering off as costs increase. We do things like we meet every fortnight, but we never take a meeting fee, because I calculated right at the beginning, well, that'd be $120 a meeting fee, and there's 10 of us meeting every 2 weeks. That's $30,000 a year, fam, and I'm not about to let 90K go down the road. So if it takes 3 years, it takes 3 years, and everyone's doing it volunteer like we've done all this time because we're here for the kaupapa. And everybody accepted that. So these are the kinds of things. Other things too that we have trimmed costs of, just so you know that we're probably the least interested in increasing the cost of the project. Things like we were looking at getting batteries so we could store energy, like you do with solar systems. But when we did the cost relativity assessment, we realised that actually getting that credit back by putting it directly into the grid and removing the risk around the security of batteries, which are a highly sought after thieving option. Yeah. So for us, we thought, actually, let's remove that temptation and just count on the fact that the solar will subsidise the cost of electricity. So this is about us weighing up, and now you'll need to weigh it up. Is it worthwhile investing in this extended? We got $1.1 million through the Better Off funded for the Better Off Fund. And this would be an extension of that of 200K, so to push this project out to $1.3 million. For $1.3 million, you'll have a new treatment system and a solar energy solution that meets the needs of ratepayers in terms of reducing operating costs. Investment now to reduce operating costs moving forward. And it's not rocket science from that then on. There is a lot more detail, but Tanya's here. Also, Jessie's here on behalf of the community board, but she's also a member of Te Mauri o Te Wai. I'm available if you've got any more questions. Our minutes are always available. Our meetings are open. So anyone's welcome to come along. We're not hiding anything. We give each other good telling frequently if we're getting out of line. And we're frugal. We are a frugal group. And it was actually our frugality that made us press pause on this moving ahead with the solar. We were chasing, like, oh, it'd be good if we could get it done by November, because then it's the summer, it's all nice by the summer. But press pause, let's see what we can do, because actually it did not make sense to build something here knowing that it's highly possible, if not likely, that it's going to need to be over there very soon. You can see that too in the fact that we put the EC unit into shipping containers. It was about making sure that that's easy to relocate to a site that's more appropriate in the future, should that decision be made. So that's the first, 200K. Is there enough money in the long-term budget to be brought forward or in other available budgets to support this project to reduce the operating costs moving forward, to allow us to ensure that the solar part of it, or are we going to have to say, we'll leave the solar part, we can't afford the solar part? It's a decision now that we need you guys to make, because as it stands, we can't afford the solar part. And particularly if we're putting it on that side, and we'd dearly like to keep it, because that'll reduce the rate burden. People, not just in the Rawani, but also the whole premise of this is about appropriate systems, utilising appropriate energy, utilising our knowledge around climate change and rising sea levels. This is about that community of decision making. And so I'd encourage you, but I'll leave it with respect on the table for you to decide. The second part of my whānui today is about inviting you all on the 31st of January. Ngāti Kahara o Ngāti Hau Hevina Rā Whakatō Māori. By the 31st of January, we believe, given that we are part of the working group and have been working directly with Andreas on the Council's Rawene Wastewater Treatment Plant, by that time we know that the electrocoagulation system will likely have been commissioned. We thought about how do we celebrate this. It felt silly to celebrate the day that they stopped putting human pukai into your wai. It felt yuck. We didn't want to have a celebration that was about removing human feces. What we did want to have a celebration about is the returning of communal fishing infrastructure to our rivers, like there always was. Hokianga has places named Pākanai, and all around our rivers there were rock groins designed to make for mahinga kai for tio. There were rock wall groins for kakahi, which are the freshwater oysters. So everywhere you went down our rivers, there were communal mahinga kai in our amakua. But Omanaya has long been bereft of those in my whole life. But when we walk up there, as my whole life, we walk up and down the river, you can see the remnants of them there. But we've never had them because during this existing plant was put in 1981, the year I was born. So we've never had them or used them. But I'm so excited to say that finally as a hapu, we can return that tikanga. I've never been to a rā whakatō Māori for a pāika. Has anyone here? No, neither. Right. Exciting. I was like, what do you even do? We don't know. Oh, we're going to go back and learn the manuscripts. What do you do? And so, these are the exciting conversations that we're having. And so there's two things. There's an invitation to attend on the Friday night before the 31st of January. So 30th of January will be a bit of a wānanga at Omanaya Marae, where we talk about the history of not the stuff. Exciting, mahinga kai. It's going to be a mahinga kai kōrero tuku iho wānanga on the Friday night. And then on the Saturday, at a reasonable hour, not one of those 5 o'clock ones, because working around that walkway is different. Hey, it's not a whare, it's the river. No one needs to lose a peep. So we're like, no, we'll wait for the daylight hours, thank you very much. No children shall be lost. And so at a reasonable hour, we will go down and have a karakia whakatō Māori, and people will be able to see how the pāika works. We've been building it over the last month, testing it. It's getting tested again today. We're testing it according to ngā whako te marama, ngā kaupeko te tau. And so it's really exciting because for me, it's returning that infrastructure, but it's returning it on the back of the remediation of a challenge. Yeah. So I'm here to tuku mihi to you all, to say on the back of your commitment to fixing those problems that was discharging human waste into our river, we have for the first time in the last 40-something years been able to put back our mahinga kai. It starts with one pākanai, but we have developed kits so that we can put them in. We've had people, whānau from 3 other communities around Hokianga come to watch, to learn how to operate them. We learn teaching people how to build them, construct them and operate them in tidal rivers, tidal estuarine rivers. John, you should see your mate. He's in there like a little kid catching fish. You know what's exciting about this too? It's a no bait, no line, no boat needed system. You don't have to own any of the stuff. You just have to know the maramataka. So we'll have a sign there which says to people, do not be dumb and set it on a full moon. Like Oturu from here to there, don't set it, because big tides pull all the rubbish down and will blow your trap, right? So it's those kinds of things, but it's addressing cost of living. It's returning the mauri and the relationship between the people to the wai, and it's something we could not have done while our river was being defiled. We could not have had communal fishing on our river. And the next step, so our aim is to have 9 over the next year built in and around Hokianga, and also to start re-teaching and relearning, working with our Hawaiian mates, relearning the art of rock weaving to reinstate the rock wall groins and return our mahinga kai for teo. These are the kinds of things that I feel are aspirational, and I hope they are aspirational to you all. That as a result of fixing something, people can go back to their rivers. They can eat out of them. They can fish out of them, and we can do that communally. So I want to acknowledge the council's role in that. We could not have remediated that as a hapu, and it took a commitment, and we've seen that. I just want to acknowledge that. So there'll be some other things coming. If there's a roading guy in here, I don't know who the roading peeps are in this crew, but we're also in contact with NZTA to try and get some fill put in. So if you're interested where it is, you want to just stop and have a look. It's between the Rawane Junction and the Owe Bridge, you know, the big Owe Bridge. So if you're coming out of Rawane Junction, Rawane Road, and you go left to Kaiko, you go right to Unu, turn right. And in between there and the Owe Bridge, pull over on the side. Don't go where my dad parks. He's crazy. He parks all the way down in the mud. Don't do that. Just park on the side of the road. Walk down and follow that little river along, and you'll see it. You'll see it. There's some walls there and a trap, and you'll know exactly how to operate it. So you go and have a look. On the 31st of January, by then we would have done enough testing. And I'd like to see you like to be able to it.
And with that, we've run out of time for questions, but I am going to go to a 10-minute break now so that Tamati can have some photos with his mum who's in the room. If you have any questions for our deputisers themselves, our other deputation will come to December meeting in person. So, going to go to page. Sorry, Yvonne couldn't get her sound to work. She's going to give her deputation to our December meeting. We're going to go to page 25 for item 7.1, making and testing of declarations. The recommendation is that there is no recommendation or decision. This will record the details of the declaration that was made. So do we need? Okay, right. With that, then we are going to go to item 5.1, which is notice of motion that the Parliamentary Council Limited Standing Orders adopted September 23 by inserting 7.48 external appointments process immediately following Standing Orders 7.4 as follows in your agendas. That's on page 6. Motion has been moved by Councillor Delina Smulders, and I will ask for a seconder.
I'm happy to second.
Thank you, Councillor Court. Now, I just have some notes. Council policy, which governs this appointment of non-elected members, appointed members to committees of Council adopted May 2022, is tabled for review and will come to our 11th of December Council meeting, which would be another place that this could be captured for that. And as per Council Standing Order Section 3, the adoption of standing orders and any amendments to standing orders must be made by the Council and by a vote of not less than 75% of the members present. With that, I will pass over to Councillor Smulders to speak to your motion.
Kia ora. Thank you, Mr Mayor, fellow councillors and the ratepayers who ultimately fit the bill for every decision that's made in this chamber. Today's motion is very simple. It says that we're going to appoint outsiders into positions of power inside this council, and the public deserves to know who they are, why they were chosen, and what skills they actually bring to the tipu. What we will not tolerate here or anywhere in this country are backroom deals, hand-picked mates, or activists being slipped into decision-making roles without scrutiny. We are not a private club. We are not a lobby group. We are a district council that's trusted to spend public money and make a decision that binds thousands of residents. Now, Standing Order 7.4 already allows external appointments, and that is a strength, and it is transparent, merit-based, and accountable. But right now, that process is optional. It's loose, and loose processes invite suspicion, create division, and open the door to improper influence. This amendment closes that door, not for politics, but for public confidence. So this motion asks for 4 basic safeguards: a public expression of interest wherever practical, a background and integrity check to ensure no past behaviour undermines public trust, merit-based assessment against clear skills and experience criteria, and full council ratification in public with a published register of appointees and why they were chosen. No one who truly wants what is best for the district could object to that, because if an appointee is skilled, experienced and appropriate, they should have no fear of a fair process and no problem with transparency. We must build faith and not merely exercise power. We are custodians of governance. We do not own it and we do not bend it. Our communities are already deeply sceptical of our processes, and the best antidote to mistrust is daylight. The best protection for the public and for the appointees themselves is a process that is open, clean and untangled from personal favour. We owe it to the appointees not to bring them into controversy or disrepute. Across New Zealand, councils are moving towards this approach because the public wants fairness. Now, the government is updating the national standing orders in 2026 because the country does want clarity. This motion gets us there now, before controversy arrives, not after it explodes. This is a democratic integrity. This is how we earn respect from our ratepayers, and this is how we show we have nothing to hide. So, colleagues, the choice here is not ideological. It is not political. It is not about who sits on which committee. It is about one question only. Do we stand with transparency or do we stand in the shadows? I commend this motion to Council.
Thank you, Councillor Smolders. I'll go to Councillor Court as the seconder. Councillor Haukiat Haruga.
Kia ora tātou. That was a great speech. I don't know who it was intended for. But I'm talking about Te Kuaka, where Māori are 53% of the population, and the Te Kuaka Committee Māori pretty much brings, actually, iwi don't really bring much to our Kuaka table. It's actually council processes that come to the table and iwi are asked to endorse them. And I just want to say that our last two chairs were selected by Te Kahu o Taonui, who are a collective of mandated iwi leaders. In the case of Ngāpuhi, they have 185,000 people who whakapapa to them. For Te Rarawa, it's 30,000. And so, in the case of Te Rarawa, they're going to be using the same election process that was used for local body elections, and they're going to use Dale to manage those election processes. So, in the case of Te Kuaka, iwi leaders have already been selected by their own people, and I don't believe that they need to go through another council process. I don't believe they need to be it's up to Te Kahu o Taonui who they pick. And I really don't believe iwi leaders get much out of our hui at all. And they come to support us as councillors, and that's why our quorum is pretty much dropped, because iwi can do more in their own space than they can do here, with respect. So if we talk about two significant settlements are coming up in the near future, one is Ngāti Kahu ki Te Hiku, and one is Ngāpuhi. In the case of Ngāti Kahu ki Te Hiku, they have evidence that Crown policies took 11,865 hectares of Māori land, and Ngāpuhi was alienated of 1 million acres. So I don't think Te Kahu o Taonui really expect much, because they are doing great things in their own areas. And in fact, I see them as a great business partner to council, because they are able to leverage funding that council cannot access. So, so if a person is picked for a committee in the council, like say we have another business partner, we're not going to be doing a vetting process for them, because those so-called business, whether it's NRC or anybody else or NZTA, they've done their own internal. We're not going to say, please jump through these hoops again to satisfy your so-called act rules. So I'm against these being applied to Te Kuaka. I think that we should remain a co-governance committee, prepare for what is coming in the next few years, and treat them with respect when they can make it. And when Te Kahu o Taonui meet, there's something like 12 iwi. They select, and it's also about who's available. A lot of people might want to be this and that, but so we had Harry Burkhardt, then we had Pita Tipene. I don't know who the next one is. We have to trust that that organisation can pick the a person, one who's available, who has the time to even meet with her once every fortnight. I don't kind of like the scaremongering in your kōrero that some processes aren't being followed, because I'm really wondering, who are you talking about? Who are you talking about that slipped through in this organisation that didn't meet the standard of being able to sit on the committee? Is it the people on the middle committee, the audit and risk last year? Is it the chairperson? I actually don't understand this doubt and disbelief and the people that I've seen and worked with in the last 3 years. So that's my recommendation, that if you feel you have to put that across other committees, we can all vote on that, but I think that Te Kuaka should pick its own chair and remain as a co-governance, co-partnership organisation. Kia ora.
Kia ora, I'll go to Deputy Mayor Radkin.
Kia ora, kahi ka tēnā koutou, ngā mihi tautoko ki a koe whaiahira. Thank you, Member Smolders, for your presentation this morning, but I will be voting against this motion. The current appointment policy already provides a full, transparent and robust process, I believe, including explicit requirements for mātauranga Māori and tikanga, which this motion completely ignores. The notice of motion adds bureaucracy, slows down appointment process, centralises decision making, and in fact duplicates what's already working well. You mentioned past behaviour, closed door deals. I find those comments very insulting to our previous committee members, and particularly our councillors who sit at these tables, sit at these decision-making tables. I'm also disappointed that you mention our communities are already sceptical about our processes. I do not see that in the communities that I sit in. Maybe we sit in different communities, but I certainly don't hear that or feel that from the communities that I sit within. I think it's unnecessary, and so in my opinion, I won't be supporting it. The policy that we have currently, I'll continue to support. Tēnā koutou.
Nā koe, kia ora.
Councillor Akina.
Tēnā koe te hea mana. Te hea mana, tēnei motini e waipa taima. Ko hanau ki te kohi haere waihanga tito kōrero. Hei haka tōpū i te riri, i te ani pā, i te mōrearea, i te haka mataku, i wetahi o te hunga kāhiahia i te tahi tūru ki tēnei tēpū. Māku e ki ake nei, i roto i tamātou haka tairanga kia tū hei kai kaunihira. Ko te mana o te kupu, ko te mana o tō tātou rohe pōtai, o te hiku o te ika, pa tupuna kia tātou e noho mai nei. Mehe mea ko te iwi e haka pono lui ana, e tuku ana i tā rātou mana kia tātou hei kai kōrero, hei kanohi mō rātou. Koina tā tātou mahi, e reiti mea ka noho ki konei, ka pōhiri i a wai atu raini, i ngā pōheahea, i ngā pōraru, i ngā pōrangi ki roto i tēnei whare kāhore. E mōhio no tātou ko wai a wai. E mōhio no tātou i ahu mai rātou ihia. E mōhio no tātou heara ngā whiako, ngā pūkenga, ngā wānanga, ka noho ki tēnei tēpū, hei koha ki te oranga tonutanga o ngā iwi katoa e noho ana ki roto i tō tātou nei rohe pōtai. Mr. Chairman, the motion is a solution in search of a problem, creating a hole where there does not need to be one. There's been no evidence of misuse of external appointments in the past, from past committees. Following on from that, the people that sit around this table as elected members, has everyone been audited? Have you been police vetted? Ahau nei kahore. Nō reira hea te patanga o tēnei motini. No audit showing risk, no findings from any Auditor General, no governance failures. In other words, there's no trigger, there's no issue, there's no gap. We already have the bridge here, sitting around this table, and we will continue to bring more infrastructure that brings sustainability, reliability, and accountability, transparency to this council and the people who voted us in. The motion and events process, where there's nothing needed, it's plain, unnecessary bureaucracy. I reject this motion and I will vote against it. Kia ora mai tātou.
I have a few comments myself.
Just point of order. Three people speak against the motion.
I do, and as chair, I have the discretion to call for someone else to speak in favour, but I am, because it is quite a big notice of motion and the commentary I'm hearing around the table, I'm just going to add my 5 cents and a few questions that I have for staff as well. When I look at the motion as it stands, A is that a clear and transparent expression of interest and nomination process must be undertaken and publicly notified. Our previous TPP Wharaua committee oversaw external appointments to council committees, and I'm speaking about all except for Te Kuaka, which has a different arrangement, and I'll get to that shortly. That already happens under the current policy and the process. B, all candidates shall be assessed against predetermined skills, experience and expertise criteria relevant to the committee's function and be subject to appropriate vetting or background checks consistent with council safeguarding and integrity policies. Just checked again, and that does happen. So our current external appointed member, our former external appointed members to our previous Te Middle Committee, Assurance Risk and Finance Committee, they go through that process already as a part of the appointment. A report outlining the assessment process and recommendations shall be presented to the full council for ratification prior to appointment. Again, that is the current process that happens, that Te Pipi Wharaua goes out to call for expressions of interest or position to fill. That all happens, and then it comes to council for us to sign off, and often that would be accompanied by CVs. The committee members themselves would speak to why they are recommending a certain individual, and then council votes on it. D is probably the part of this motion where yes and no, this happens. Council shall maintain and publish a register of all external appointees' area of expertise and the rationale for their selection, which shall be made publicly available on the council website. When we do finally make an appointee, and we have only had one individual who's an external appointee in the past to our Te Miro Assurance Risk and Finance Committee, their information has been made publicly available, and the reason why, maybe as a separate specific register for people to go and see. That's how council could look at how we communicate that. But to what I read within this, everything is already happening within our current processes that we have in place. But we can always do with a proper tidy up. We've got a review of the external appointed remuneration of externally appointed members policy coming to our council in December, which outlines how they are remunerated. But I get to Te Kuaka itself, because when I hear from Councillor Smulders a powerfully emotive speech as the mover of this motion, the only other externally appointed members we have are those from Te Kahua Taonui and Te Runanga and Matirihia, who do sit on our previous committees, remembering that we don't actually established committees. We have not wrapped those around with terms of reference that will be coming to December, and thank you for all of your work members and staff to get those prepared for us. So I do hear the kōrero on the reasoning for moving the submission, but like others in the room, I'm trying to understand what is missing from the jigsaw puzzle. One of the things I heard was improper influence at our table, but of course, when is influence improper, when is it proper, and that is subjective to whoever is looking in to see what is going on. My question to staff is, how did we go about setting up Te Kuaka previously, which was to solidify our agreement and arrangements and walk the talk across all of these beautiful things we say in this council by inviting Te Kahua Tānui members in to the whare, along with Te Runanga o Ngā Te Rehia, who we hold 2 memorandums of understanding with, one for the Kirikiri Te Urua Bilingual Town Strategy and the one directly as a runanga, and that sits proudly on our wall here. What was the process around appointing them? Was it just done through the terms of reference itself? How was it set up in the past, and how would it be set up under the current planned terms of reference that will be coming to us? Because like Councillor Haukiard Harawira stated, they didn't go through Te Pipi Wharaurua previously, because the members that sit at this table from Te Kahua Tānui and Te Runanga o Ngā Te Rehia have gone through their own election processes with their organisations to sit in the seats that they are in. We then invite them here in this room as representatives of those organisations. When they get to the seat at this table, they've gone through all of their own processes to get to where they are and are representing their organisation. So they're not individuals like Graham McGlynn is as a Te Miro external chair. And external for his expertise that we put on here, so it goes through a more robust process. The Te Kuaka external members that sit here are representatives of their organisations. And under the policy, they do not get remunerated, because they are there representing their organisations that already remunerate them. So if I could have commentary from staff around that process for external Te Kuaka members, please.
So in the previous term, the appointments was finalised through the terms of that came to council. This time around, I think there was an indication that they would go through the Te Wharaurua process, which I think was a verbal commitment made at the meeting when it was established. So we would then know.
No. What I'd like to understand is how, so does a terms of reference committee establishment with who sits there to bring externals in, externals representing the organisations to the table, does that trump the policy itself?
Yeah, and council can make decisions against policy at any point, which does happen from time to time.
So upon the establishment of Te Kuaka and the honouring of the commitment that we've already made to our runanga, that would be made clarified that it would be outside of the Te Pipi Wharaurua external committee appointment process for personal individuals to be sitting at the table.
We could clarify that in the terms of reference for Te Kuaka that council will adopt. We can clarify that in the terms of reference itself and note where it is consistent or outside of policy and the reasons for that.
With that, then I'll move an amendment to the current motion, and that amendment would be E, that the external appointments process does not apply to the Te Kuaka committee, which will have its own terms of reference and processes that are clear and transparent, explained when it is established. Because what I don't want to do is then get all of our iwi chairs to then go through this other process just for the sake of ticking a box, when I think that everything is already transparent. So I'll move that if I could have a second.
Can I just comment on that?
Councillor Message.
I do wonder if that's actually necessary. As you said before, a lot of this is actually done.
I do think that question is, so this is for committees and subcommittees, but what about working groups where we co-opt community members, coalition of the willing to come to the table?
Yeah. Just for committees.
Yeah, so what I'm saying that is, and it can apply to committees as well, but what I'm saying that is we do have, as you heard in place, processes that, because I'm all for transparency and openness and all that, but just actually make that available and have that information out there. But if you have somebody, like the chair of the, the art committee, that is specifically for the skill set involved. And as you know, I've said that in fact the DIA require any appointments, especially external appointments, that they go on basis on merit. What I'm saying is I'm actually agreeing that I think we have actually got it covered in various ways. And when the decision comes up around that table, at that point we can say how it should look. So while I see the intent here, to have openness and transparency, I think it's already up.
It's of order.
An alternate motion that hasn't been seconded, and
Well, I'm saying that.
usage is now debating a motion on the table, not your amendment.
I mean,
I will withdraw my amendment. You can wrap up your speech. I'll go to right of reply and then we'll just vote on the matter. Cover.
Good point. Thanks, Ian. I was speaking. Yeah.
I'll go to Councillor Small for right of reply.
I've carefully reviewed the policies and acknowledge that it does provide a solid procedural framework for appointments, particularly around eligibility, appointment subcommittees and the evaluation of candidates. However, my proposed standing order amendment is intended as a supplementary governance safeguard, and it does not replace or duplicate the policy. It just reinforces and codifies several aspects that are optional or are actually absent from the policy. And that is ensuring a mandatory transparent expression of interest process, formal police checks, full council ratification and the public register. Now I note that you mentioned that you're mandated by the community and the we. I also have a huge support in the community, and it is not a waste of time. And I also represent the community as well. They voted for all of us to be here. And so I am included in the we. It is not a missing piece of the jigsaw puzzle. In regards to the discussion around slowing down the process, a good process actually speeds up things. It prevents mistakes, prevents backlash and prevents controversy. If someone cannot withstand a simple merit-based check or public ratification, then they should not be influencing council decisions. I've heard we don't need this policy, we already have it. Policies change, staff change, standing orders cannot. Ratepayers deserve a safeguard that cannot be watered down by operational decision making. This amendment strengthens, not replaces the policy. It protects the council and it protects the appointees, and that is crucial here. And lastly, I would just like to say that we are appointing people now. We're not appointing people in 2026. So while governance requires foresight, it's irresponsible to keep operating in this grey zone when we know the changes are already coming. This amendment bridges that gap and ensures that we stay above scrutiny during our current appointment.
Thank you. I'll now put the motion to vote. All those in favour say aye. Those against? Any abstentions? Abstention, Councillor Court. You voted for?
Yes.
The motion is lost. We'll now go to item 6.1, the confirmation of previous minutes, which can be down as page 9 of your agenda. The recommendation is that council confirms the minutes of our inaugural council meeting and our extraordinary council.
Yes,
Councillor Shepherd. I've got here that we need to have the following corrections. I'll just do corrections to our committee names that will also come through to the December meeting itself when we have the terms of reference up for adoption. We need to note Councillor Court as our Deputy Chair for Te Kukupa. I also had a question and it should come up. Now, it is unfortunate, and I do apologise to Councillor Smulders, that we have appointed you to the North Chamber of Commerce. We've consequently heard from the CEO that they changed their constitution and no longer require tea from us. I don't know where that messaging is, but I've asked for staff to follow up formally with that constitutional arrangement because I assume that Councillor Vucic was our previous deputy, that you were kept in the loop with North Chamber then, or?
Yeah, to a degree, they not all of it is, because they did it. So, I mean, when I went to the meetings, I saw, I can see why they made the decision. It wasn't, I think for the sake of efficiency and so on, they made the decision. It's a good one. In terms of us as council keeping in touch with the chamber, also prospective business associations, there's another avenue that we can through in doing that.
Maybe if we make a note in a part of that note that staff will follow up formally with North Chamber.
I do recall them saying it wasn't an appointment at some point, it was a delegate, a representation to attend on our behalf because we pay a subscription.
So the AGM?
No, just to their meetings, like they have been through. So,
Follow the process.
Deputy Administrator, you had other questions?
you addressed my correction, thank you. You read my mind.
Any other members with anything to note from our minutes? Then I will put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Those opposed to abstentions, that's carried. I now go to item 7.2, which can be found on page 25 of the agenda. That is our, not page 25, page 27 of our agenda, our community board minutes. Just noting there, the background to this report is to provide council with an overview of resolutions made at community board meetings and for community board chairpersons to raise any community board issues for the council at the same time. So with that, I will move the recommendation and I'll ask for a seconder. Councillor Vucic there. Our first minutes here are from our Te Hiku Community Board meeting held on the 31st of October, acknowledging that we have our Te Hiku Chair and our two Te Hiku councillors not here, but I might pass over and check in with Councillor Hauki Harawira if you have anything that you'd like to add.
Minutes of the meeting, and I would also like to thank staff, Aisha, who sort of led everyone through the process, but also to Eli Smith and Dean Marie in the welcome ceremony. Yeah.
I'll go to our Bay of Island. Any questions on the Te Hiku Community Board minutes? I'll go to our Bay of Island Whangarua Community Board Chair, Melinda Ward, now to speak 2 minutes or any issues that are arising in here.
Just want to acknowledge my board and the vote of confidence they have in me to continue as chair at this table, and to acknowledge Tyler Bamber, who I will be including in my previews as deputy chair to the board. We've still got new member Claudine Atama to be sworn in. He's a current representative, but as he happens not in the meeting. and also to welcome formally Arohanui Alan as our Māori Ward Councillor. It's great to be able to have two councillors and Councillor Anne Corp for continuity and particularly knowledge in our Bay of Islands Whangaroa Ward area. I also wanted to acknowledge my board for being thrown in the deep end. We held an extraordinary meeting prior to the workshop on standing orders and meeting procedures. So I think I felt it went really well, and it enabled the Kitty Kitty Street Party to go ahead at the old Pack House. But I just wanted to note for the Chakanui members in with very little experience, just wanted to acknowledge that I felt that they did a really good job. So I look forward to working with them moving forward. Thank you.
Are there any questions on the Bay of Islands Whangaroa Community Board minutes? We'll move to our Kaikokianga Community Board, and I'll pass it over to Chair Lissy for that.
Tēnā rā tātou katoa. Thank you for having me. And I also thank our board, a very new board, for electing me into this position and giving me this opportunity to represent them and our communities here. Our deputy will be Scarlett Mokaraka, which is exciting to have a new member in that role. And Arohanui's got a double job. She's our Māori Ward Councillor appointed to our board, and of course, thank you again, Councillor Vursich. So exciting times ahead, and we are working through just so putting you on notice, we're working through our top 10 priorities for our strategic plan that we aim, or that we will have to bring back to you for your December hui. So watch this space. Kia ora. Oh, excuse me. Can I add apologies this morning from the new chair for Te Hiku, Bill Sabritsky, and I think Rachel Balke and probably Felicity have gone to the funeral for Monty Knight.
Yeah, just commenting on that. The reason I've abstained there just is, even though technically it probably wasn't required, is simply because I didn't think councillors should be involved in the selection of the PM and deputy chair. That's the reason.
Are there any other questions or commentary on our Kaikokianga Community Board minutes? Just quickly from me then, acknowledge our community boards. Thank you for the wonderful mahi that you do and will do for us. And also staff for our community tours that have already kicked off. Bay of Islands Whangaroa and Kaikokianga have both been fantastic experiences for me. 6 years in, and I'm still seeing new things, learning new things, and really appreciated that. And I'm looking forward to our Te Hiku community tour next week as well. But the thing I wanted to raise was just noting that we do have new chairs, new deputy chairs across our community boards and our committees, and just checking in if we have appropriate chairs trained available for our chairs and deputies across councils wider whānau. I feel comfortable in being able to chair a meeting, but like I said, I still learn something new every day. I know that it's got a specific learning block available there, but making sure that as Democracy Services, if we reached out to the right, if something happens to Jessie and member Mokaraka has to fill in for that day, she is a brand new member to council, probably not brand new to running a meeting though, knowing her, but knowing council's process on how it all works. When you sit in this role as a chair at a community board, a council or a committee level, there is a certain process that you have to go through. So I just wanted to check in what the plan is there and to make sure that we have reached out to all of the members who are chairs or deputies, make sure that they are comfortable or have access to ākona, or if we have specific chairs training available.
So for the community boards specifically, the community board coordinators are working with them to provide that support alongside the democracy advisors, but we definitely can provide training and package up the ACTMA information so that it's readily available and also the committee chairs ready for next year.
That was it from me. Anything else just in board for this paper? Otherwise, I'll. Anyway, all those in favour say aye. No. Those opposed or abstentions? That is carried. We're now going to go to our Council Open Resolutions and Actions Update November 2025 on page 41. The recommendation is that we receive the Open Resolutions and Actions Update. And then note that future reporting on open resolutions and actions will take place during the monthly operational briefing meetings that will be live streamed. I also have a note on my paper that action items outside the open resolutions report were not included and will be reported separately by the operational briefing meeting. Also note that the Te Paia Uta key performance report does not appear on the open resolutions list due to being tabled as an information item. The full report has been prepared, however, and final review will be done before circulation, and that some of the updates that came back from GMs missed the deadline for the printed copy. So if you have specific questions, I'm sure they will be ready to answer them as we go. And with that, I'll move that we receive this report. Councillor Court. Councillor Court, matters to raise from open.
Just one reviewing motto, and that is on page 28 of the report, 28 of the agenda, and it relates specifically to the item at the top of the page, the Turner Centre sub-catchment. When I read the notes, it's talking about the water treatment plant and local water's done well. That is not what the resolution related to. The resolution related to a report that came to this council in the last term that identified a flood risk due to the fact that there had been a lot of urban infill. We didn't have a stormwater catchment plan for the Kirikiri area, and it identified a significant risk to the Turner Centre. When we were on our ward tours, we heard about the Turner Centre's ambitions to revitalise and redevelop that site. So it's critical we understand the flooding risk. And I just wonder if it's got lost in translation somewhere along the line that this is now a water project other than a storm.
There was a tree branch that got stuck and then was potentially going to flood our Turner Centre during one of our big storms, and we heard our Jerry went down and pulled it all out, and maybe that just could be noted for the next update, please, Pam. Thank you, Councillor Court. Over to Councillor Stratford.
So just adding to that, the last part of that resolution was regarding some funding in the Heritage Bypass Kirikiri Water line item. So that might be why it's got local water's done well commentary in there. There was some budget that was suspected to not be needed to be reallocated to this or vice versa. So we need an update, Councillor Quarters. Right, and the first item on the action sheet is the Russell Landfill option report. Do you think it's time we had a workshop to understand what's going on with that? So the Russell Landfill closure process, where it's at, is there a resource consent being actioned? Where's the budget? How are the community? You know, what's the cost of that transfer of waste to the other site because that's closed? Nothing's happened. We haven't had an update. Nothing's happened since the 11th of August 2022. Thank you. That's all I've got.
Noted. Any other members? I'll go.
Can I just respond to Councillor Stratford? At the bottom of the item regarding Kaikoui land, Russell. No, Kaikoui landfill, as she's there. We are placing all projects related to closed landfills on hold until our new waste minimisation and sustainable is done. So I think the rest of them might be captured in the report, but I'm not clear.
They've got a big job to do, that's for sure. I think that now that we do have one, they've got some briefings to write for us.
Thank you. I think we can, operationally, we can commit to providing an update and briefing for elected members specifically on this or the info.
I'll go to Deputy Mayor Rudkin and then Councillor Vusic.
Well done. On page 11 of 28, just looking at the resolution 2024/172, I'm just wondering what the tree trimming, road safety, pothole prevention, road rehabilitation, school zones refers to. There's no detail about where that could be.
We will find out in December when that report comes to us. Yeah. Charlie?
Yep, thank you, Member.
Any others, Deputy Mayor? Councillor Research.
Yeah, some of the comments actually have been raised, but just the first point. It's 3 years, basically. 3 years later, and we're looking at the first item on page 28. 3 years later, and that was to do with Russell Landfill. The council made a resolution, and there was money put aside for that. I think, to be honest, I think it's, as I mentioned before, the time to do things, which actually cost a lot of money, we delay and delay and delay. And so I do like to see that change. And secondly, when we allocate a budget for something, it doesn't mean that's free money to be used somewhere else without coming back to a governance decision. So, I agree with Anne on that maternity centre. I think it was Councillor Finale at the time pointed out that every work had been done, and that should be based on that. Some of the things in here have already been done, I see, which is good. And
which ones aren't good you'd like to raise?
And that's it, I think, to stay. Oh, I had a question.
Yes.
And that was item page 23 28, which is a case 34. Like the Corporation Society. So that's society.
Councillor Research, I'm sitting quite close to you, and even I'm struggling.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
You could raise
So that's the Incorporated Society, I presume, is given money so it all exists in place.
We have a paper on that.
Because there's a paper coming out, some appointment, and I'm just wondering if that society actually exists, and formally exists with members and so on.
It doesn't yet, until we choose our council representative to the panel that will establish them.
I see, so that might explain why there's a lot of things not done there.
I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed or abstentions, that's carried. We're going to go now to page 70, additional temporary day. The recommendation is that council approve the temporary closure of, was it Davis or Davies? Davis Crescent Pike on 8 p.m. on Thursday the 5th of February, 6 p.m. on Friday the 6th of February to enable the safe operation of the following event, White Day Celebration Week, Tuesday the 3rd to Friday the 6th of February. I'll seek that in the fourth. And a seconder, right, Councillor Research. Councillor Stafford.
I know that Kath is online if anybody has any questions on this and the road closure, but I appreciate the work that she did last year and the addressing the traffic congestion, parking by including the Davis Road section in there. Yeah, but we need to get the messaging out early and need better better system than road cones. So yeah, it's good that that traffic management is going to be on Davis Road this time to keep, is it Lucy Elizabeth Reserve empty for our VINs vehicles, and I think Rotary were going to help on that site as well. And I just want to acknowledge Rotary, one of the many volunteer groups that help out during Waitangi Day. Looking forward to a better flowing Waitangi Day. It's getting better and better each year because council are amongst the organising of that. Thank you.
Councillor Lucic.
Yeah, I just no brainer, but I am a little bit concerned about the parking and the congestion, and as we come to 2035 and 2040, I think we just a comment that we should be looking at doing a fair bit of work around that and planning, because I think the numbers are going to continue to increase, and we need a solution that's better than what we got, I think.
Look, I just want to acknowledge the communication that I have had with Kat, ongoing communication over the resolving of the traffic on Davis Crescent and enabling of the one-way bus flow for the transporting from the two sites out for Kutona Road. I just wanted to raise whether or not a amendment would be required in the recommendation. I note that we have actually put bollards along the front of Lucy Williams Reserve on the waterfront to prevent any traffic flow, which leaves the only access across the chained entrance ingress way opposite T-Bay Takeaways on Davis Crescent. I believe there are plans to use that to get in early and occupy that, because last year we lost control of it, and it would be really good to, I believe emergency services are going to be setting up in there. My concern is that because the point of egress is in Davis Crescent, does the recommendation enable the traffic movements of the proposed activities to and from that portion of the crescent?
Can I ask Charlie for staff to respond?
Yep, I believe Kath is online. Kath, are you able to respond to Chair?
Yes, I am. That's no problem for any emergency services. Anyone that needs to actually get in there to use that area, that's not a problem. Traffic management in charge of it will actually be notified and let them through. So it's all for residents. There's also a motel there as well, so their guests will be able to have access through there. So it's actually like a soft closure. We're just trying to stop as much parking as possible through that area so that the bus turnaround isn't, it's not stopping the flow of things. So.
Thank you for that, Kath. We need to find that spot in your background to go take some selfies. Any other members, comments or questions? Then I'll go to Councillor Stratford for right of reply.
I just want to, I don't think delivery and operations are in the room, but Kath, I hope that you've got the support of Ruben's team to ensure that there's, monitoring as well to prevent the vehicles from getting on that reserve earlier than when we are requiring it.
Yes, we've actually been in, had quite a few meetings already with regards to this and how we're going to be managing a lot of the areas. Preventative measures are actually going through this year rather than trying to patch up afterwards. I've got a meeting next week with Ivan and Ventia. We're looking at actually putting a lot of blocks, concrete blocks up around the area. It's not going to look the nicest, unfortunately, but no one could agree on any permanent structures to actually stop people from parking on the grass verges and blocking pedestrian ways. And we just kind of want there's a lot of residents that have been quite concerned about parking on their properties and in their driveways. So we're just working towards making sure that this doesn't happen, working with them, keeping the communication open, and making sure that everybody is happy. It's a big job.
Yeah, and that's working in with the organising committee and the police as well.
Correct. Yes. We're having. I've had several huris already with Waitangi and police, emergency services, everybody that gets involved on that side of it. So we've got a couple more meetings left with the traffic management plan just to finalise the last few bits and pieces for that. But yeah. We're working towards making sure that things flow as much as possible. Unfortunately, when you've got thousands just descending upon a very small area, you're always going to have hold-ups. There's nothing we can do about that. But we're just working towards having the flow as much as possible, especially as Nicole mentioned earlier today, we're having the stickers issued, which will go on the side mirrors, and that'll give the traffic management staff on the ground a better indication of who's coming through. So if you don't have that, you're not getting through, basically. So everyone has to be organised this year. The Mariah's putting the word out for that as well, and all the dignitaries hopefully will have all that information, and so their staff can identify themselves properly, because that was a big problem last year.
That slowed down the traffic flow big time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
If my face still works next year. I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed or abstentions, that's carried. We'll go to page 73. For item 7.5, new lease to Hihi Beach Holiday Park over 63 and 53 Hihi Beach Road. The recommendation is that we approve a new lease to Hihi Beach Holiday Park over our local purpose Esplanade Reserve. And also, in the terms of the proposed lease would be 30 years and 5-year increments, with annual rental of CPI rent review annually and determined by a registered valuer, authorise our CE to negotiate final terms, and also approve the initiation of public consultation on the granting of a new, LTO, licence to occupy. If we could please have recommendations with the full write-up in there over recreation reserving that title. While investigations on the land being classed as surplus are conducted, the terms of the proposed lease shall be 6 years and 2-year increments at market rent as well. So there are two things to this: the approval of a new lease, and then the initiation of public consultation of a new licence to occupy as well. If I could get a mover. I'll move the seconder. Go to you, Fulipu. I note that this has been through our community board. Councillor Smulders.
I support legalising this occupation and securing income for commercial activity, but a 30-year lease without knowing the expected market rental return is not really commercial governance. I also want to note that the prior occupation was illegal and that the campground was using council land without permission for years and discovered only after the sale to the new owners. So we were unaware of that. The land was previously declared surplus, 53 Hihi Beach Road, and it was looking at disposal in 2008 and again in 2010, but nothing happened. So a lease now could further hinder future sales opportunities unless worded carefully. So I just want to make sure that that's popped into the lease. The arrangement also allows for a private business exclusive commercial use of an Esplanade Reserve that's normally meant for public access. And we really need to preserve the public access rights. So I would like that specifically put in. And The fifth issue is the recommendation that the Chief Executive or a GM can negotiate final terms without council approval. I would like it to come back to council. So I propose the amendment that before execution of any lease or licence to occupy, an indicative market rental valuation and expected revenue forecast be reported back to council for approval, and that no settlement authority be delegated to staff without a further governing resolution.
You have that? It's a proposed amendment. I'll ask for a seconder for the amendment. If we could get it up, though, that'll be helpful.
Can I add something?
I'll just get this because we'll be speaking. An amendment has been put on the
purpose of debate.
So we're speaking to the amendment now.
I'm concerned that the two hapu the Ngāti Ruaiti and Ngāti Kahuki Whamaroa, and just had this big stuff going down with Anitoto. So I haven't heard in Ngāti Kahua in the Waitangi Tribunal overlands that were taken by the council, as surplus lands or strip lands. So my concern is if there's to be a discharge of land or disposal of land, that they should be consulted. We know.
Councillor.
Chair, I'm just wondering, did the member also add the amendment for Lisa term in 30 years?
No.
Oh, you
was raised. That was raised. So,
but not for the amendment itself, just you highlighted that.
According to the CPI that you raised.
Not regarding the term, no.
So the amendment has been moved by Councillor Smollers and seconded by Councillor Core, and it's to add the following clauses to the resolution: that before the execution of any lease or licence to occupy, an indicative market rent valuation and projected annual revenue return be reported back to council for approval, that no settlement authority be delegated to staff for execution without a further council resolution in the commercial terms. It might be helpful for me in considering this amendment to just hear from staff on what your process actually is in this space, because we sign off a heck of a lot of leases and we get to have a look at it, we consult on these things, and then we pass over all the dotting I's and crossing T's to you. So if you could just give some commentary there.
Can I add to that, though?
The question.
Yeah, can I add to your question that this went to the community board, and when we had these sorts of things at the community board, we discussed the rent amounts there. Noting we don't have this information now, but usually that comes up in their reporting. So can you clarify that as well?
Thank you, Member Core and Councillor Stratford. I'll ask Jonathan Fairclough, who's our Manager of Property and Facilities and is online, to respond to that.
I know that, I think that we kicked this back when it first came to us at council because I was confused by it. Sorry, do you have a further question to add before staff respond?
The C is missing. Oh, we've got A, B, and then the C is missing. You're still typing and scrolling down. C is that public access rights to the Esplanade Reserve must be maintained and not restricted by commercial operations. It's really imperative that we ensure everybody gets access.
Thank you.
I've got my amendment slip in my bag.
Jonathan.
We missed what we asked.
Jonathan, checking.
In the go-to Katoa's, Jonathan Fairclough, Manager of Property Facilities, through the Chair. Just going back to the initial question, could you repeat that for me?
The question was getting a better understanding of the current process that you have, where the member has an amendment that would see this come back to council for final sign. We have a lot of leases that come across our table that we sign off at a council level, or it goes through our community boards for reserves, and then we leave it to you to dot the I's and cross the T's. I'm trying to get a better understanding of the staff process that you do on your side and how you inform our chief executive or GMs when we put it to a GM level that it's appropriate for them to sign off these final agreements. I'm just trying to get an understanding of what our current process is during this public meeting to evaluate it against what the member is proposing as an amendment for what could be potentially a more appropriate avenue to bring it back to our table.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Moko.
In the process that we currently have over adding this in and trying to understand before I vote, because I get a vote for the statement too, whether or not we need this or not. So, but I need to know what the process is on your side first, Jonathan. And Councillor Stratford also added to that question, and I can't remember what her part was.
My question, Jonathan, was around the fact that this has been to community board. What level of information around the rent that's going to be paid were they provided with? My question is a bit different.
Look, perhaps if I can start by referencing the recommendation. To support that, I appreciate the clarity in the proposed amendments and obtaining a valuation-based justification for the proposed rental. I believe that that's entirely appropriate. As regards the 53 he Road, the lot 10, the further investigation into the surplus land will need to be made. And I think importantly, that requires consultation, and we would be reaching out to our colleagues in Tohono for their support and guidance around that.
Further question, Jonathan. For the area where we're being asked to approve the new lease, as well as the other, and the public consultation on the other, have you or other staff already done initial investigations into whether any of this land is under treaty settlement claims? Councillor Hauke Harawira raised that Ngāti Ruaiti and Ngāti Kauki Whangaroa both have claims in this area.
Look, I believe that has happened, not done by me personally, but I would certainly be reaching out to our colleagues in legal to clarify that.
Further question, Councillor Stratford.
Oh, no, I'll speak to when we're ready. Everyone else is finished.
Speak to the amendment?
Yeah.
Okay, pass to you.
Yeah, thank you. Just refresh my memory.
Mr. Chair, I do have one question. Yes, the staff and probably Jonathan. There are two lots there, and lot TP 53180 appears it's got. Has it got buildings on it?
Yes, it does. Yes, the other lot does not, and would only be used for. There would be no permanent buildings put on there. Simply be for camping. But yes, lot 1 does have buildings on it.
On a reserve.
Do you know what happened when? Okay, hold it. I'm going to go to Councillor Akina, then Councillor Stratford, then Chairman. No, that's all right. We'll go to this Councillor Stratford.
Okay. I am concerned. We often get criticised for vetoing or sort of following with recommendations that the community board have made to council, we've delegated this to community board. So, and using my experience of being on the community board and, you know, participating, listening to some of the meetings, you know, over the last few years, there's really good questions that happen at board level. You know, I imagine that Chair Gardner and if Councillor Foy was there, they would have inquired into what the, you know, how the value was obtained for this rent. And also the discussions, I know that the discussions around this occupied portion are still ongoing. So I think council putting in something that, you know, that public access rights list and literature, you know, that's for the community board with our empowering behind them to sort that and then bring it back to us. I believe that the community board would have done their due diligence with the reports that they had obtained. And I can't be shown otherwise that they haven't. So although staff say that this amendment is, you know, should be supported, I think that that staff are actually going against what the community board have put. So I can't support the amendment. I'm sorry. But I'm probably alone in that because everybody likes to have extra things to do.
I'll go to Chair Board.
Oh, thank you. Really just looking at the bigger picture stuff as we're doing, I think we've got 3 holiday parks, Selects District. It's a very hot topic of conversation at the moment, council, that we lease out. And I just want the council to be aware that it's a very hot topic of conversation at the moment, particularly in the North Whangaroa ward, around campgrounds, holiday parks, the rating system from council, the obviously the zoning and the allowance of activity, the grounds of hardship that self-contained service parks are being granted against those paying commercial rates and operating with all the overheads. So it's quite a big industry subject that is very hot at the moment with the growth of NZMCA and the growth of camper vans and caravans and camping in general, and not to exclude our homeless folk. So I guess where I'm looking at in this amendment is the valuation. Is it based on the local purpose reserve, or is it based on it being used as a commercial site and commercial rates, looking at some sort of equitable rating system across the whole district? And bearing in mind we lease to campgrounds and we've got skin in the game, I'm just wondering legally whether we need to sort of go out and get some sort of opinion on how we are operating against our competitors that we are charging, if we're getting income, that we are charging commercial rates to others being rated commercially.
Jonathan?
I understand the point that you're making, and certainly it would be my intent that we would reach out to our colleagues in legal to seek comprehensive advice on the points you've made. And that brief would inform the approach to the valuation.
Charlie.
Thank you, Member Court. There are a couple of procedural items that councillors should be aware of when we're considering a change of this kind of nature. And if I just work through them, some of it may respond to your query. So when we're looking at the execution of a lease or LTO, indicative market rental valuations, if the indication from council is that you wish to proceed on a market basis, there is a cost to receiving those valuations. Now, we can absolutely do those valuations first and bring those to council table, but there is a cost of bringing that to the council before any decision is made as to how to proceed with that, so that you may have a decision contingent on that information and that expenditure being incurred. I can't speak to the volume of leases which go through, but that is certainly information we can provide, and it's the delegation which council may wish to consider in whether you consider it an operational matter or whether it's appropriate to bring to the table. It would potentially also, when those commercial terms you have evaluation, council staff would need to go back and engage with the prospective tenant of those commercial leases and then bring that back to council for approval under point B. So that may have some time frames that would need to be considered. And on point C there, when we're considering public access and commercial operations, sometimes they are not mutually, one may impose restrictions on the other. So if there is a direction from council to proceed on a commercial terms in terms of generating rental for the use of the asset on a commercial basis, putting a public access requirement over that may have an impact on the commercial terms and the valuation around that as well. So strategically, it might be appropriate for governance to consider what the objective is and for that to be brought back to the table, or to have some delegation around that, just in terms of the timing and use of council's time. So, a few points to consider.
I've got Councillor Court, then I've got Councillor Allen, and I'll ask Councillor Stretford to write a question and pass it to me.
Thank you, Mayor Moko. I actually am now a little concerned, and I'd probably be more comfortable not to make a decision today. I heard my colleague say that she was confident that the community board had been reminded these things. And my observation from sitting on the community board is generally they do. But I don't have any evidence of that in front of me. So I don't know what the board thought in regard to why the land was declared surplus for sale. And is that an avenue that should be pursued? I don't know if the board turned their mind to public access. I do note in the compliance schedule that although the organisation has reached out to local tangata whenua, they have not replied. And I've heard from another colleague that the land may be subject to a treaty claim. I'm not sure if the staff went to the community board with a term of 30 years, or we was a smaller term and the board amended that. So I would be more comfortable if we got some more detail and it came back to us, because it might be the right solution is to sell the lot in its entirety. I know that doesn't give certainty to the new owners, and they are trying to do the right thing. I did pick up on Councillor Lucian's comment when I was looking at the picture. Looks like someone's put a whole bunch of concrete driveways in on our business. And they've garnered an income from it, and we've been paying the rates for it. I'd just like to test with my colleagues.
I'll second leaving it to lie.
We just leave it to lie and get a bit what the solution.
I'll second that. I would be more comfortable having our two councillors and community board chair in the room.
Thank you. I'll stop it.
Is anyone going to keel over? They've been illegally occupying our reserve for how long? Long enough to build a concrete driveway.
Just a
Councillor Allen.
thank you. Supporting your order. Just a question: when decisions are made on land being classed as surplus, is engagement with hapu and investigation into whether there are claims on it business as usual practice? And are reports given, we can readily get an answer about how many dwellings are on a place. Is it possible to get readily available answers around hapu engagement?
Yes, that is normal practices. A thorough fact find, and that absolutely includes those matters.
It needs to be more than as per the compliance schedule, an email sent to Ngāti Rawaiti that they replied to.
And they don't reply, it's because they don't want to. Somebody hasn't talked to them properly.
Do I leave it to line? We ask it, or do I just leave something? Okay, Councillor Court has moved leaving this to line. I have seconded that. All those in favour say aye. Those opposed, abstentions. It's carried. Now, picture all of that, please, staff, so that we don't go through another whole half an hour of this in our December meeting, because we're ready to go and answers. And then I am going to go to item 7.6 now on page 80. This is for a new ground lease to Waipapa Sports Complex Incorporated over 24 Waipapa Cody Domain Road. Now, given the conversation we had just before around our community board members not being here, this is for us to do public consultation. So are you comfortable for us to do this, or are we going to go around the mulberry bush and then decide to leave the lights on? Okay, so I will move that we initiate public consultation on the granting of a new lease to Waipapa Cody Sports Complex over 24 Waipapa Domain Road Recreation Reserve. Approve the proposed lease on terms of 4 years 2+2 is permitted under the Resource Act. The right of renewal would be the 4 years. There is a land discharge obligation to be included to support treaty claim considerations as they evolve. That the rental will be 124 plus GC for the point out to the community board to hear any submissions. Noting that this is us going out to public consultation, so you can say all of your commentary on the fors and against for when it comes back. Seconded by Councillor Court, and we'll go to you, then Councillor
Good. So,
I was going to Councillor Court, sorry.
Thank you. This has raised a question in my mind, given this in the previous one, that we don't have oversight of all of our leases at a committee level, and I think this needs to be added as a delegation to the new regulatory compliance committee. So the lease for this one expired in 2014 and was drafted and was never executed by either party and seemed to have just dropped off the radar. So I'm just wondering, and I know it's a little bit outside of the recommendation, but if we can sit that a paper come to Council Stratford's committee at some point when it can be triaged, that identifies all the current ground leases that we have and their expiry date, so that we can get ahead of the bow wave of lapsed and lapsing renewals. That's what I say. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Councillor Court. Would you like that as a note or as a D?
A note, I think.
And very aptly highlighted all areas where we just had never had a lease in place, like a number of our bowls clubs just occupying as bowls clubs from the county and borough days. Thank you. I'll go to Councillor Hauke Harawira.
Hi, kia ora tātou. I'd like to recommend that we leave this to lie on your table. I did get in touch hurriedly this morning with Te Runanga o Ngai Takoto, and they have had one meeting over this, and the chairperson has asked, it's because this is treaty settlement land, but nobody in council has talked about discharge, and they're in the frame of mind like they are with the airport, that they would look at lease options, but nobody's talking about how to discharge their land, and there's two pieces there. So they would like to have a board meeting on Tuesday the 22nd of December, and they can come back with a response. They like the committee, which has Desley Austin in it, who will work with the Runanga about administering the lease and looking after the facilities. But no one's walked them through that process about discharging the land. And then they probably could take up the lease rather than the council. I don't know. I'm just suggesting that we leave it to lie on the table.
In that meeting?
Yes.
So that's an amendment to leave to lie? Or?
I'll second.
again, they're occupying without a lease and Deputy Mayor Councillor Stratford. Councillor Stratford, speak to Leaving July. You're in support of it?
I was in support of it going up for consultation, but with Firehilda's extra information and understanding that space after going through my diet, journey, a total call.
Councillor Smulders.
3 questions. Why is the rent set at $124 per year, and has any valuation been undertaken to justify that rate? We could have that information at the next meeting. 2, how will the lease ensure public use of the reserve remains protected and not restricted? It's 82,000 square metres. And 3, what else, Councillor? Does this clause give council the ability to terminate early if the land is vested elsewhere, and who pays compensation if that happens? Does the lease contain a land discharge obligation linked to treaty claims? That's key. We need to know that. Just so if we could have those 3 questions answered before it comes back to Tepu. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, I will put the motion to leave this to lie with the note from Councillor Court still a part of it, so that it's not lost. The questions from Councillor Smulders also captured for when it comes back to the member. All those in favour say aye. Those opposed or abstentions, that is carried. And with that, I am going to call a break for lunch. The lunch break will go until, how long do you need? Half an hour? 40 minutes? Half an hour, so everyone can be back for 1:05. We have got we've got an external lawyer joining us for our PX item at 1:30, so you can be back. item 7.7, which can be found on page 87 of the agenda. Elected member representatives on the Te Pua Waitanga Governance Group appointments panel. The recommendation is that A, Council recommend the Bay of Islands Vulnerable Community Board appoint a representative on the Te Pua Waitanga appointments panel. And B, appoint blank as the final District Council representative on the Te Pua Waitanga appointments panel. And then ask if any members from this council would like to be on the I will move the recommendation as set out in the agenda with B, appoint Councillor Kelly Stratford as the final District Council representative on the Waitanga appointments panel. And I will need a second, please. Councillor any commentary from you? Any other members? All right, then I'll report the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those opposed or abstention from Paul Fight. That is carried. We will now go to item 7.8. Northern Water, adoption of elected members steering group terms of reference. The recommendation that this council adopt the terms of reference for the elected members steering group. B, delegate on behalf of FNDC responsibility to the elected members steering group for reviewing shortlisted applications and recommending members for establishment advisory group. The Chief Executive of Whangarei District Council is lead counsel to arrange the suitable contractual arrangements. And C, note that under the terms of reference and commitment agreement, the recommendation of an appointment of a member to the EAG is a decision which may materially affect the state budget or governance structure of the joint operating model and will require a supermajority being at least 75% of the elected member steering group. You have myself, Councillor Port and Councillor Research, who have been bearing this on our shoulders, and that is a big work stream. But I'm happy with the recommendation, so I'll move it. Councillor Court. Thank you, Councillor Court. I'll pass over to you, Councillor Court. Any other members? Councillor Smulders.
Well, just a couple of questions. Just if the Whangarei District Council is outvoted under the 75% rule, what protects our ratepayers from cost decisions forced by other councils? Will FNDC receive line item financial reporting from the lead council as they spend on the establishment work? Will tangata whenua participation in the regional model be advisory, or will it be governance authority? And what are FNDC's formal exit points if projected escalate? And last but not least, do we retain the right to veto or oppose appointments in the transitioning from advisory groups to CCO governance?
On the first point, we cannot get outvoted because it's 75% requires consensus across all councils. But I'll pass to Charlie for the other points.
So with regards to the budget, that is reported through an operational governance stream, and Mayor Moko has requested that is also reported to governance. So that will have full visibility of budget, commitment and expenditure to date. With regards to tangata whenua, the purpose of the works, the elected member steering group, is to discuss the commercial framework that the CCO is expected to operate, and no decisions have been made, or no recommendations have been made yet. It will be covered by the work stream, and recommendations on a number of corporate issues will be brought back to councils for March for endorsement for approval. Those recommendations, in order to make the program a success, will be representative of Northland's views of the entire region in a way which, coming back to council, for all three councils will need to approve those decisions to move forward. And sorry, what was the last question?
The four exit points.
Yep.
Off-ramps.
So we have in the water services delivery plan, we have 2 points explicitly identified as commitment confirmation points. So points at which we formally are recognising that there is a council decision that needs to be made, and in order for the joint CCO to progress, there needs to be approval from all 3 councils to progress on that journey together. It ensures that we're working in a way which is collaborative, and it's to work towards that collective success of the program. And if there is a situation where one or more than one council does not agree on the course of action, the recommendations that are being brought back to that council, it's likely that we would then enter into a mediation type arrangement where we try and work through more specifically how we could work through that. The appropriate way of doing it. The council is aware as the journey that we've been through so far. The Department of Internal Affairs is very supportive of the regional efforts progressing, and will endeavour to assist us in that should it be required.
Nice.
What Councillor Smolder's questions have just highlighted to me is that Councillor Court in the previous training was our connect with the council of that time and sharing the updates. But what will be very helpful is if the Te Huinga elected members online portal has the local water done well with the commitment agreement, all of that, what we've shared, what Councillor Court has shared so far from the significant work streams is uploaded to there and then shared with council so that people have that information at hand.
There was one further thing in terms of the EAG transitioning into there are benefits of EAG members in terms of continuity and having been on the journey so far transitioning into the board, but that is not a given, it's not a certainty. For this council, my expectation is that it would go through our normal external appointments process at that point in time, but there would be the councillors would have some understanding, some track record of working with those members at that point in time.
Would there be an opportunity here? Just on the 75% rule, is it proportionate to the council size? So Whangarei and Copeland got together?
We have equal share, but
it's equals.
So through you, this is in relation to 3 appointees from each council on the steering group. The foundational principle on shareholding and association of voters' interests is yet to be discussed.
Councillor Foy. And welcome to our Councillor Foy.
Kia ora. Just first, I just acknowledge Monty Knight and his funeral has just finished and was really a celebration of his life through our community. It was a huge turnout, so thank you to his family and to our community for celebrating Monty and all he's done for our community. Just on this item here, I wanted to ask about the scope of the membership and its purpose and this is a question that I will continue to ask because there's still no answer yet, of how it works with planning for growth within the 3 councils and prioritising growth projects for allowing for our new district plan, and as we've already had outlined, the new planning system, which will also come into effect in 2027. In terms of the expert on this panel, it's highlighted that I assume would be a waters expert, and I'm not sure how the forward planning for growth aspect and allowing for growth in certain areas in which goes first across our region will be addressed in this document and in these meetings that will then go into our forward planning or affect our future growth. Is someone able to answer that? Because we had a huge number of questions in our hearings for our district plan about this new will decide and have connections approved or not?
I can have a go at that.
For this paper itself, this is delegating the responsibility to myself, Councillor Courtney, Councillor Lucid, to review the shortlisting of applicants who would then form the Establishment Advisory Group. The Establishment Advisory Group is a governance overarch that will, when the company becomes a company, become the board of directors, overseen by a shareholders council that we will sit at. So that's what this is asking for. But your questions are very much relevant around planning for growth, and it's something that we recently had the interim directors or establishment director come to meet with Councillor Court, Councillor Research and myself here in the whānau around what some of our concerns are around the next tranche of the program, the project timelines, and that was highlighted again by us as getting a better understanding of the new water regulations framework means that that's what's prioritised first off, but the priority matrix around what follows over there, we shared across again our concerns in wanting to understand the proper framework that the decisions will be made by this new company, and that the likes of Doubtless Bay or Kirikiri Waipapa, our high growth areas here in the whānau, are not left till last because all of the priority of the new CCO was going to prioritise Bream Bay growing to a city of 40,000 people over the next 20 years, or Whangarei, or Mangawhai and Kaipara. So these have all been raised, and we've got an initial framework around with a flowchart diagram around how decisions will be made for the capital program and delivery and planning, but that's something that needs to be finalised, shared out across everyone. But just so you know that it has already been captured, and we'll keep everyone in the loop if that is sufficient. Otherwise, I'll look to Charlie or my fellow steering group members for additional commentary.
Easy if Charlie explains the water service delivery plan and how we implement.
Brilliant, Moko. So, yes, the water services delivery plan is a starting point. It's the combination of the three councils' current waters position and the forward works plan and the expected funding requirements across all three of those. The directors of the company will be required to make trade-off decisions about how they allocate scarce resources of funding across the region. And we do have different infrastructure requirements in the far north as to Whangarei, Kaipara. Our assets are in different condition. There's a whole lot of things that they will need to consider. And the rock and the hard place that the directors will be between is the regulators. So the Commerce Commission are requiring that everything is done in a manner which is affordable, and Te Arawai are requiring compliance obligations as well. And the councils have already agreed a resolution that the CCO will be cognizant of for the three councils. So there will be a balancing act that needs to happen. The details of the discussion and the three councils' expectations, as Memoko has suggested, are going to be discussed as a part of this steering group's work program coming up to March. And I expect there's going to be robust debate and analysis informing the views that will be brought back to council in March. As those papers and the materials are progressed, we're more than happy to share that with council and the progression of the topics as they go through.
Shareholders letter.
Yes, so there are a number of tools which are available as well. So the work program is focused on the development of the foundational documents, so your shareholders agreement, your constitution. That sets high-level agreement between the shareholders and the manner in which the company is legally expected to operate, the legal framework that it will operate in, which is in addition to the requirements of the legislation. And then there are more fluid tools, such as the letter of expectations, which will be given to the directors every year, which is a more dynamic tool to for the shareholders to present their expectations annually or on a regular basis around what the strategy, the expectations are, what the levels of service expectations are, etc. So we're looking forward to commencing those workshops on the 4th of December, and it's going to be quite a comprehensive and a busy schedule for the elected members on this program to work through the details there.
Any further questions, Councillor Foy?
Just something interrelating with that, and it's probably to be seen or to be discussed in the future as well. Developer agreements and conditions relating to those, and also our actual development contributions policies across the 3 different councils, and how those will be given effect to or not, and also consistency of the development contributions, because I've seen that there were in the table we had across the 3 councils, there were assumptions made about development contributions, and I have a fear that if a council does not collect that amount of development contributions because a subdivision isn't given effect to, etc., there's already an assumption made in the financial projections of that being income to that council in that financial year. Is there any narrative around that in terms of risk and how our council approaches either development contributions, forecasting, or developer agreement conditions in relation to all 3 councils working together?
So under the Act, there's flexibility in how development contributions or development levies will be raised by councils. There is flexibility where an agreement can be reached that the CCO collects those on behalf of the 3 entities, or councils can collect those separately. We haven't entered into discussions yet around how that's going to operate, given we are developing our operational back end for DCs currently, and Whangarei and Kaipara have those operating at the moment as well. So as we work through the program, we are required to flesh out the details there and present councillors with options as to how that might operate. But there is an expectation, you're absolutely right, there's assumptions around development contributions in the Water Services Delivery Plan, which will materially impact the financing arrangement for the entity. And there needs to be a very clear relationship back to councils as to growth planning and how the infrastructure for that growth planning is going to be planned and the funding arrangements around that. So we definitely acknowledge that it's a very important piece of work that has to happen. We're just not far enough along the journey yet to provide any recommendations as to how that will be implemented.
With that, I'm going to put the motion. Oh, sorry, Councillor Nakina.
Yeah, kia ora. It's kaika. Pano taku e tautoko nei tēnei mō tēnei, me taku hihia kia tino e tatari tātou kia putai ko te wānanga ke wainanui ngā kaimahi kia ata ki te hea te aha. O anō ki te noho kone me te kakarongo ki ngā tātai ka whaigua ki roto i tērā wānanga. Apiti ake ki tēnei ki tēnā e te nui ngā ngā hapa i roto i te reo Māori. Iwa te kaimārima, ko waira te hanga te whenua me apu o Paunui. Mana tātou i te taurua i o maho i te taurua tore i ui tātou ki te tikanga here, te kaipapa here o te kaunihira nei, me taku wero atu ki ngā whaimahi, kia tikata koutou tuhi, e hare tēnei te tono i te wero hau kia koutou, me ngā paihaka haere wera hoku. Me te kana te reo Pākehā, me te koki ko te reo Māori. Kia ora.
Kautoko ana i a koena. Mā wano te ika tiakarite, aha koa te pai o tō tinana i runga i tō kāngi homi. I will put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Those opposed or abstentions.
In favour.
We're now going to go to item 7.9, page 99. Fire recovery and recycling centre access bridge upgrade. The recommendation is that council approve a new capital budget of $215,000 for the upgrade of this bridge to the Kaitaia recovery and recycling centre, and approve this new budget to be funded from loan funding. Now, when this came through preview, it's the way that it was worded was different to how we'd normally receive this. So if I could just ask, any of you could speak to the fact that this is the LTP project. What it was scoped in the budget that we put in the LTP was insufficient once we found out how much was done. The additional $215,000 of unbudgeted funding is being requested from staff to be able to achieve the work that's required now, and it's going to be loan funded. Is that right?
Through you, Mayor Morgan, yes. You may also recall that I, in the agenda preview, suggested that it would be used from other savings from other budgets. My apologies, I got that wrong. So that C that was initially discussed in that agenda preview isn't there. There isn't any other funding that we could repurpose by way of savings, and so the request is for an additional $215,000.
I'll ask for Councillor Stratford and Councillor Halkett. We'll go to Councillor Stratford.
I just have a question. I didn't have time to go back and look at the original background on this. There was some compliance stuff. Is that one of the reasons this bridge needs addressing around the resource consent?
I'm not sure about the resource consent. I will just defer to Jeanette, who is on the call, who may be able to answer that bit, but there were some structural issues on the bridge itself. Yes. Jeanette, do you have anything further on the resource consent requirements?
Kia ora koutou, through you, Mea Moko. So there is a resource consent requirement for this bridge to proceed, but the reason the work was being scoped is because we had structural issues on the old bridge and we needed to rebuild it. The safety concerns that we raised at the time we found the structural issues have been repaired. And so this was an LTP project, but we didn't have an engineer's estimate or a final design to put up at that time, so we did the best we could have put at that time.
Okay. So what I'm getting out of that is, yes, it was a compliance issue under the resource consent that we originally needed to address this bridge.
Not that I'm aware of, sorry. We do need a resource consent to build a new bridge to deal with the earthwork. We've already got a Northland Regional Council consent, resource consent, to proceed with this bridge.
Sorry, my concern is more, my question is more around the waste recovery centre. I remember some compliance issues at that premise, at that site, but if you can't answer that, that's okay.
I think that, sorry, through you, Mayor Walker, I believe that's a different consent to this one.
Thank you.
Before I go to Councillor Halkett, I'll just note that abstention from Councillor Foy, who owns an adjoining property nearby for this matter. Thank you, Councillor Foy. We'll go to Councillor Halkett.
It looks like the bridge is going to collapse. That's all. That's why it needs to be fixed.
Councillor Court.
Notwithstanding that we need to do this, when I read the report, it raised some red flags for me. So we have 723 bridges here in the far north. Only Southland has more bridges than us. And this bridge was built sometime in the 1990s, so it is not an old bridge. We've got bridges that were built by soldiers back in the war. When I read this report, it said it's surpassed its intended design life. I'm not sure that is actually correct. I think the structural issues are what's at play here. rather than a design life, because we shouldn't be building bridges to have design lives of 30 years. We should be building them to have design lives of 50 plus years. So what I was thinking about when I read this report is, crikey, if we've got a bridge that's only 30 odd years old and it's failing, what do my other 722 look like? And I don't have eyes on that. I just wanted to raise that here today because we've got 50 links trucks. We've got a lot more vehicles on the network. And had we had a comprehensive audit done of all of our bridges to know that they're all safe. That's not directly related to the agenda item. I don't expect anybody to answer that today, but I'm flagging that as a note, please, that needs to come through to Councillor Foy's new committee, that we need to have a better understanding of what our assets look like, because this bridge wasn't even captured on our asset register. So I just think we need to get ahead of the game here, but thank you.
Any staff commentary to that?
Yes.
Through you, Memorco. I do understand we have a rotating cycle of bridge inspections, which have been conducted, and the annual ones have been conducted recently, and have highlighted some areas where we need to manage speed limits, manage vehicle weights, etc., across the network. So I will discuss with the team specifically around this, and I agree it should be a standing item where we're reporting this through to our infrastructure committee, and I'll work with Councillor Foy and Councillor Corr if they wish to produce that reporting.
Thank you. Councillor Smulders.
I want to suggest an amendment. I think you're right, the safety risk is really real. The structural degradation and the erosion undermining the bridge is 1.2 metres. It supports all the heavy trucks and supports our economy. And with the issues of it not being on an asset register, huge. The cost rose after design, like you said, Mayor Moko, not before. The rate impact claimed, it does not disclose the duration of the repayment and does not disclose the interest costs. It's classified as low significance. And I think given all that the amendment would be the staff provide a post-project review report identifying causes of the budget shortfall, asset registration omissions, and recommend controls to prevent reoccurrence. It will be reported back to Council within 90 days of project completion.
Do you capture that? You get a chocolate fish too today.
I said it slowly.
I drove home with a pound of butter, the 101, and it was on my roof. And it was stuck on my thing, and I got home and somebody goes, "You got a pound of butter on the roof." It went all the way from Kaikoui to Awanui. Well done.
Roads must be
Roads are great. Sticky butters.
See that staff provide a post-project review report of the budget shortfall, asset register omissions, and recommended controls to prevent recurrence to report it back to. Can I change that to our Te Koko Committee for Infrastructure?
Yep.
Transport and Infrastructure.
You got eyes on it. Yep, lovely.
Second that, I'd like to speak to it.
Right, would you like to add anything else to the amendment? Right. Perfect. Councillor Corr.
Budget shortfalls, which in a perfect world we wouldn't have, but we work on the LTP where we put in an engineer's estimate. We don't go out and spend enormous amounts of ratepayers' money doing detailed design so we can have accurate costing to the LTP, because that would cost us a lot of money, and particularly in the roading space, we need to apply for subsidy from NZTA. So until the subsidy is confirmed and the project is confirmed, I'm not a fan of spending a lot of money up front on detailed engineers' drawings. The asset register admission, I would like to understand, and recommended controls to prevent recurs, I would like to understand, but I just wanted to put a bit of clarity around the budget shortfall. If we were to go down the route where we costed everything into our LTP and we don't get to actually deliver it until 2 years later, the price would be wrong anyway. It's just the environment we work in. So I hope that was helpful rather than obstructive. Thank you.
Councillor Vesich, I think that Councillor Clausen raised the issue, which shows a bigger problem. What, 713, she said bridges, but this one must be 714. And what we should be doing is, and we have done a review on the RAM, that showed that our RAM data was actually significantly, I wouldn't say significantly, but it was actually not that accurate. So it's a much bigger project than this agenda item, and that is to look at our bridges and have a forward work program before they all start collapsing, so that we can actually look at a renewal. And certainly budget would be a major issue we've got to look at in that process. So I'm just wondering, I don't know why this happened. Obviously it's good to know, and I'd expect our staff to look at it and report back. So I tend to agree that we need to be aware of any design that's being done which has got a life of 30 years, which doesn't make sense to me. And also look at solutions here. Like, this is 6 metres wide. Should we go to box culverts? And as you'd know, I'll probably say we can buy those off the shelf. and save some money. I want to see us save money in terms of how we look at the solutions. And I know a box culvert will last a darn sight long. So I don't know what we should have done. So I'm not 100% agreement with that addition, but I would like a note saying that let's quickly, and that's falling into the Department of infrastructure and what you're doing, and just look very quickly at that. And I agree, we need what's okay to be on board. We don't do anything just like to save.
Can I just clarify through you, Miyamoko, that this is not on the official roading network as I understand it? Can I just get clarity on that? From the maps, it looks like it's actually in our...
Jeanette, are you still there? Can you give a response?
Yeah, through you, Miyamoko. No, it's not on the official roading network. It's classed as a private road.
Okay.
So we would not be eligible for subsidy.
No.
But this goes to our recovery and recycling centre.
Yes.
Yeah, we do.
We do, but we would not be a candidate for FTA subsidy because it's not on our...
It's a private road.
Roading network.
And it's on our private road.
We did workshop some, I don't think it was the last year, but maybe the two before that, we workshop bridges. And just to give you something to keep you awake at 3 a.m. If you factor in $1 million of the bridge, and we've got 723 bridges all nearing the end of their lives, and we want to keep rates at 2%, it's something that will keep you awake.
Yeah, but
get off the shelf solution.
Point of order, you guys are giving us track of the...
Yeah, so I wouldn't mind a note to say that, remind us that what we've got to do, because we can make significant savings done correctly.
All right, I haven't had any further indications of requests to speak to this amendment, so I'll go back to Councillor Smulders for a right of reply on the amendment.
I think breaking through the issues and seeing where we went wrong or where we could do better, where we could cost savings. So it doesn't need to be a full-on report, but I do think that we need to have opportunity just to hear back what steps were missed or how and why, and that will then inform better decisions moving on.
I'll put the amendment to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those opposed or abstentions, noting the abstention from passing forward. That is carried. I will move that as a substantive motion. Another second of substantive. Thank you. Yes. Now, surely no one else needs to speak to that substantive motion now, so I'm going to put the whole thing to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those opposed, noting the abstention from Councillor Foy again. That is carried. I'm now going to resolve to exclude the public. Move to resolve to exclude public. The public exclusion will on the following part of the beginning of this meeting. Item 8.1, confirmation of the previous meeting. 8.2, Council PX open resolutions. 8.3, direction from Council on note the resolution means to allow others to remain during PX if it is considered appropriate for them to do so. So I will also move that B, that following staff and other persons be permitted to remain to provide advice on the item. The Chief Executive, Acting Chief Executive, Group Managers, Democracy Services Manager, meeting minutes taker, relevant staff required for discussion, relevant specialists required for discussion. And C, that community leaders be permitted to remain at this meeting after the topic has been excluded. Because as local leaders elected by their communities, they may have local experience that will help inform council's discussions and decisions making through the matters that we are discussing. And that's been seconded by Corfai. Any commentary, Corfai? Any other members? Councillor Smulders.
I support moving this. I just want to say what I'd like for an amendment.
To the motion to go to public exclusion.
No, sorry.
For the item itself?
Yep.
When we get into...
Sorry, yeah, I just realised.
This is just the motion to move us over. Laura, I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those opposed?
In favour.
Okay. We're now going to go to our yellow page. we've just come out of public exclusion where we considered 3 items: our previous minutes, our open resolutions update, and also a direction from council on a legal matter. Those in public exclusion. Just before I give a closing karakia, I forgot as a part of my mayoral announcements that Hanakoko is coming to the whānau this weekend. And from this weekend all the way until Christmas, Santa is going to be around the whānau. Whānau District Council comms team have a one-stop shop for whānau livers to feed all of the awesome Christmas cheer our communities are putting on. And if there is anything missing from that list, then you can reach out to them. That is available on Council's website, Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok page. And I believe the very first event to kick off Christmas in the whānau in South Okianga in Rawene, with Christmas in the park, Christmas in the at Rawene Primary School, that has been co-funded by our own Paikwe Okianga Community Board. So definitely across the panel, make sure that you please all elected members check out that list, share it out with your whānau. If there's anything missing, we can get it added too. But a very happy time for the whānau over the next lot of weekends all the way up to Christmas. And with that, I will close us off with a karakia. Te tapua ngā kōrero ka irikia ki ngā pātua te tātou whare ki ngā kupo mahara haumi e hui e. Thank you, Adrian.